Good afternoon, everyone. If you are in Eastern Time, good morning if you're in Pacific Time. Round number 2 has just begun. We're going to take a look at the action as international master Kevin George of Egypt, who was a bit lucky in his first round game against the veteran international master Jay Bonin last night. But did begin the tournament with a win, and he's very very nice to talk to, Kevin George. Like in the interview after the game, he was like very very humble in admitting that things just didn't go according to plan, and he got outplayed early on, but he just kept that fighting spirit, and he was able to first solidify the position, and then win a better queen endgame with very, very fine technique. And now he's playing the black pieces against Grandmaster David Brodsky. E4, E5, Knight F3, Knight F6, and Kevin George's opening of choice for round number 2 is the ultra solid Russian defense, now most commonly known as the Petrov. Knight takes e5, d6, knight goes back to f3, knight takes e4. So one of the oldest little traps in the game of chess is, why does black play d6, right? First, attacking the knight on e5, and only then play knight takes e4. Why not just knight takes e4 right now? And the answer is because of queen to e2. The knight is under attack. And if it moves, then knight c6 check wins black's queen. And if it doesn't move, and it shouldn't, black should play d5. Then there's d3, attacking the knight. The discovery check is still there if the knight moves, but if black is a good player and he realizes the mistake and he would still try to survive, there's a way to do it. There's a way to do it, because on this position, I'm going to show this screen with chess-based analysis here. It is possible to survive kind of the opening by playing the queen to e7. So d3, queen to e7, attacks white's knight as well. And after d takes e4, queen takes e5, e takes d5, what happens at the end is that white wins 1 pawn. So knight takes e4 is enough of a bad move that black is in real trouble after the opening. But the real blunder would have been just moving the knight anywhere that would allow knight c6 check. This reminds me of a story, and a real story, of the great Vishy Anand. I love me some Vishy Anand. He might actually be my favorite chess player of all time. There is a game of his. I'm going to look this up on my chess base here on a different screen. There's a famous game of Vishy Anand's that is not very well known to, let's say, the large chess audiences, where Vishy Anand lost a horrible miniature early on in his career to a chess grandmaster from Colombia called Alonso Zapata. And in that game in question, Vishy Anand played the Petrov, and he made a huge mistake early on. Oh, he resigned in 6 moves. I didn't know it was that quick. I know it was quick. I didn't know it was that quick. So this is played in Biel, Switzerland, 1988. In 1988, Vishy Anand must have been 19 years old, perhaps? Let me look this up. How old was Vishy Anand in 1988? Yes, he was exactly 19 years old. So that game went e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6. Vishy Anand, at the age of 19, was rated 25-55 FIDE. His grandmaster opponent, Alonso Zapata of Colombia. Since he's one of my Latin guys, I have even to pronounce his name differently. Zapata. So knight takes e5, d6, knight f3, knight takes e4. Oh, yes. And knight c3 was played by Grandmaster Zapata in that game. This is a very well-known variation nowadays. Black has two main choices. He will either take on c3, which is just fine, and white recaptures with the d pawn, and then later proceeds to castle queenside like this. And black will decide if he's going to castle kingside or play queen d7 and queenside castling. Really interesting line in the Petrov defense. Black can also choose not to take on c3 and play the knight back to f6. That's also pretty safe. But in that game in question, Vishy Anand played the bishop to f5, protecting the knight. If knight takes c4, bishop takes c4. But then his opponent played the queen to e2. So this is classical chess. And Vishy Anand resigned. This is Biel, Switzerland, 1988. Vishy Anand was already a grandmaster, rated 25-55. And he resigned his position. So why did he resign? Well, the knights attacked twice. And so Deep Doe. So you have a FIDE rating of 2021. If that's the case, you are a very strong player. You could be playing in this tournament in New York City right now. Where are you from, my friend? So Vishy Anand resigned because queen e7 protects the knight, but runs into knight d5, threatening the queen and threatening c7. And so if the queen stays on the e file, the knight will take on c7. If the queen goes to d8, there's pawn d3, and this knight is lost. So he drops a piece, and this was the ugliest defeat in Vishy Anand's career. He resigned a classical game in 6 moves, playing the Petrov. So Deep Doe, my nickname on Lichess is this, and chess.com as well. You're welcome to send me a message. I'll be happy to play you in one game, but not now. We're here to just talk about the ongoing games that are all the action that's happening live. So d4 is by far and wide the most common move in this position. And this line is very theoretical. Kingside casting for both. The main move for white here is c4. There's quite a bit of theory here. But we have a different move, as Grandmaster David Brodsky opts to go with rook to e8. Rook to e1, sorry. And so, yeah, this is... I'm going to take a look at the opening tree. It's been a long time since I have seen this move. Yeah, it's way less popular amongst grandmasters, but it is perfectly playable. And the two main replies for black are bishop f5 or rook to e8. And Kevin George decides to play the bishop to f5. That is the most common move in this position. Board number one, Grandmaster Andrew Tang, the pre-tournament favorite, playing black against International Master Mark Plotkin of Canada. White play d4, and he's waiting on his opponent to arrive. Board number three, Grandmaster Wojtek Plot of the Czech Republic, playing the young Brian Enming Lin. Brian just keeps improving, just keeps climbing that rating ladder. He's a very legit FIDE master already. He had a pretty smooth win in the first round, demonstrating his understanding of the Ruy Lopez opening. He really likes to play the white side of the Spanish, and he played a very, very good move. He likes to attack, but it's a style that's similar to Bobby Fischer's, because Brian likes to play for the initiative, and he likes to attack, but he absolutely respects the principles of positional play as well. So he's not the type of player that's bound to speculate. No, he wants to play the game as the game must be played. And he wants to outplay his opponent positionally and then go after the attack. And that's exactly what happened in his first round win. Talking about speculation, this is a little bit of a speculative opening by Grandmaster Wojtek Plot, playing the modern defense as black, and e5 and knight to d5. Brian plays h3. He doesn't want to make it easy for the opponent to develop the light squared bishop, knight to c6, and kingside castling. This is a very pleasant position for Brian. I don't really like black's opening choice here, to be honest. But, I mean, when you're a very strong player, one of the top seeds, you're a grandmaster, you're playing a tournament where you know you're going to face a whole bunch of skilled yet underrated players. You know, you're bound to take risks. Oh, okay, I've just got my first student message of the day. I got quite a few of those yesterday. You know, whenever I'm going to do these broadcasts, you know, I almost view it as an opportunity for my students to have additional time with me, and you know, so I just make it a point to send a private message to all of my students, you know, with the link to the broadcast and the start times. And my dear student Aaron is like, "What's up, coach? What's up, Aaron? Aaron, if I'm not mistaken, you're at work right now. You're at work. Get to work, man." I said, "Hey, Aaron, send me a holla in the chat." And that's exactly what he's doing. Nice to have you here, sir. In this position, white's supposed to be better. By a little bit, it really resembles the Alekhine defense, and white's advantage is based on how strong the e5 pawn is, and the fact that black has a hard time activating the bishops. Black's problem in these types of positions is you know, the dark squared bishop and the light squared bishop as well. Very pleasant position for white. Brian must be very happy with the result of the opening. Let's go to board number 4, where Grandmaster Gabor Nagy of Hungary is playing the English opening against Nathaniel Moore, rated 2261. We have the so-called reversed Sicilian variation of the English of the English opening, bishop to b4. Generally, white decides if he wants to play knight d5 to go after the bishop or not. And Gabor Nagy is not feeling like it. Kingside castling, knight to f3, rook to e8. Castles, and the pawn advances to e4. Knight d4, knight c6. Looks like a very well prepared opening by Nathaniel Moore. Knight to c2. So it's time for black to decide here if he's going to give up the bishop pair or not. And the best decision is usually yes. There's a few reasons for it. So if black takes the knight, as is the correct thing to do, and that's what Nathaniel did, then it's black's turn to move now, after white recaptures. If we play the bishop to f8 to keep the bishop, certainly not a big mistake or anything, but now it's white's turn. So this one tempo counts for something. White can possibly play d3, after which black cannot hold the e4 pawn any longer. He's going to have to take. White has a better pawn presence at the center of the board, a very strong light squared bishop. Pretty good position for white. But with bishop takes c3, these pawns are doubled up, and there's no d3 here, which means that white's light squared bishop is way worse now than it would be here with an excellent diagonal. So by giving up the bishop pair, black is playing a very deliberate strategy to keep a spatial advantage with the e4 pawn and to keep white's light squared bishop shut behind the e4 pawn for at least a while. And I like the result of the opening for Nathaniel Moore. It's hard for white to find a pawn break. It's hard for white to find a good home for the bishops. Let's say if black plays h6 now so that the bishop cannot be developed to g5, what would be a good long-term home for the dark squared bishop? e3? Okay, possibly. But the knight would like to utilize that square as well. It should be a good square for this knight. Somebody's going to go to e3 here, but white's going to have to decide if it's going to be the dark squared bishop or the knight. Board number 5. Liam Putnam. Officially, he's an international master, but Liam Putnam is really playing chess at grandmaster level, in my opinion. And there is every chance that Liam Putnam is going to become one of the next American grandmasters. In this day and age of deflated ratings, for anyone, for any international master to cross the 2450 barrier, that's quite an achievement. Anybody rated over 2550 FIDE today is like grandmaster strength. And Liam Putnam is, one of those guys, just like officially an international master. But I think everybody who sits down to play with Liam recognizes, acknowledges who they're really playing against. It's just like an unofficial grandmaster. That's what Liam Putnam is. I played against Liam Putnam online a few weeks ago in some Blitz tournament, and he's so much better than me at Blitz that, like, if I'm not mistaken, his rating advantage over me, and I mean, I'm rated 2401 FIDE. And Liam but like playing Blitz on Lichess, I'll hover between 2,500 and 2,600. And Liam Putnam is like a 2,800 level Blitz player. And so because of his, he wanted to win the tournament. And so he berserked me, what we know in Lichess, of course, as allowing the opponent to play the game with a huge clock advantage, right? So it's 3 minutes for me, a minute and a half for him. And I didn't berserk back. I said, no, you're too good. You're too good. I'll take my 3 minutes versus your minute and a half. And then I was able to win the game. But I really had that feeling that only really happened because of the clock advantage. He is definitely a much stronger Blitz player than I am. Pawn to d6 and queen takes c4. So his opponent, FIDE Master Grant Zhu, is playing the Alapin variation of the Sicilian defense. Always a super, super solid choice. And nowadays, when you play Liam Putnam, it's a good idea to play solid chess. But this is extremely comfortable for Liam. It's very clear that that Zhu is not really interested in engaging in anything too sharp against Liam. Board number 6. Grandmaster Rahul. He during the interview last night, he taught us to pronounce his name. He had a very nice win with the French defense, and I just told him I'll be rooting for another French from you, because there aren't too many strong players, like many strong grandmasters, really, like playing the French defense regularly in classical chess anymore. And he's playing against Grandmaster Michael Rode. We have a GM on GM battle on board number 6. Michael Rode, 22.52, and he 24.55. So bishop takes c3 check, pawn takes c3 and d6, and Rahul decides to play g4, which is an extremely sharp move. So playing against the veteran grandmaster in Michael Rode, Rahul's strategy here seems to be to really try to take advantage of the white pieces on this one, and go for an initiative very, very early on. So it's not really a pawn sacrifice, because if the pawn is taken, and it should not be taken, then there's rook g1 attacking the knight, and then after, let's say, h5, black will not be able to keep the knight there. White just plays h3, the knight gets ejected, and the g7 pawn gets captured on the very next move. White has a very large advantage, probably, with the rook invading the 7th rank this quickly. And so the most common reaction for black here that I know of is h6. But Grandmaster Brodsky decided to reply with c5, and did not even take him too long to make that decision either. This is the position we currently have. Board number 7, Grandmaster Oliver Barboza of the Philippines is playing black against Max Matola. And we have a Najdorf variation of the Sicilian defense. And white goes for bishop d3 here, which is considered to be a very offbeat response against the Najdorf. It's not the first, the second, the third, the fourth, or the fifth most popular move. It's pretty offbeat. Black decides to dragonize the Najdorf by playing g6 and bishop g7. Pawn to h5, kingside castling, bishop d7, and h3. Okay. This does not look like a very bad result of the opening for white. There's no way this h5 advance has not weakened black's position, at least by a little bit. It's still very early to tell. But this looks like a good result of the opening for Max Matola. Board number 8, FIDE master Andrew Jing. Rated 2244, plain white against the Ukrainian Grandmaster Andrei Maximenko. And we have the Queen's Gambit accepted. With d takes c4, knight f3, knight f6, e3, and e6. So this is this diagram right here is what is known in Russia since the old Soviet Union days as a tabia, right? This is the term. A tabia is a diagram that's very, very rich. It's an opening that allows for many different possibilities. It's a position that's playable for both sides, that's not very tactically chaotic, and is going to lead to interesting, balanced middle games where the winner is going to be the player who understands chess better, basically. I love tabias. I live for tabias. Like me, in my own style, I am more of a classical player. I don't like too much chaos. I love how tabias allows for players. It's almost like we make an arrangement of let's not try to win this game by opening memorization, and let's get to a position that we know is very playable for both, and let's just see who understands better like the pawn structures and which pieces should be traded and what's the relationship between the safety of my king and the safety of your king or lack thereof, and let's negotiate middle game transitions to the end game and all those types of things, you know. I really, really love it. And we have a tabia right here. I love that term. Really cool term. Master Dojo, landmark position, a tabia. Nice. Everything branches from here. Beautiful. That's right. So I'm going to look. So this tabia right here, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put this position, this tabia, on my opening tree. And we're going to see how many moves white has at his disposal according to theory. So move number 1 is bishop b3. Number 2 is d takes c5. Number 3 is a4. Number 4 is queen to e2. Number 5 is bishop to d3. Number 6 is knight c3. Number 7 is b3. Number 8 is a3. Number 9 is e4. Number 10 is knight bd2. Number 11 is rook e1. And number 12 is bishop back to e2. And FIDE master Andrew Jing played bishop e2, which is the 12th most popular move in this position. The Tender 21 is now following us, and so is Cat Nasty. Nice to have you here, guys. D takes c5 was in there. I think d takes c5 was like number 3 or 4. So bishop e2, I know very little about this move, but I'm trying to understand. So clearly, white does not want b5 to come gaining a tempo against the bishop. He's also probably not interested in playing IQP positions, because in IQP positions, the light squared bishop is supposed to be on this diagonal or this diagonal. So if he's retreating the bishop here, it's very clear that he plans to answer c takes d4 with knight takes, and then perhaps the bishop switches diagonals and goes to the long light square diagonal. That's what the plan appears to be at a first glance, but I've never studied this. I'm just following logic. Bishop e7, bishop to b2, kingside castling, knight bd2, and pawn to b6. Okay, so to me, this is a big decision, to play knight e5, because it changes the pawn structure forever. And black can decide to play knight takes c5 or not, and Maximenko decided not to. I was thinking about the same thing, Aaron. What about knight takes c5? Is it bad? Certainly not bad. Certainly not bad. Completely playable. I think I would be inclined to make this move as black. I don't think there's anything wrong with the black position here. The reason why Andrew Jing wants this pawn here is he wants this knight to go to e4 or c4, and he's hoping that this knight can get to d6 later on, and the diagonal for the dark squared bishop might be opened, like to his advantage. But just pawn structure wise, this is pretty good for black. This is a very healthy mobile pawn majority on the queen side. So by default, black should be slightly better in a structure like this. So in other words, unless white demonstrates that he can create an initiative, that he can demonstrate that the spatial advantage generated by the presence of this pawn on e5 can bring him some sort of an initiative. Unless he does that, black's supposed to be a little bit better with this pawn structure. F4 is going to be hard to play because of knight takes e3, Aaron, but I think F4 is a very desirable move in general. Very desirable move because, for example, if the pawn goes to F4, then white can play rook to F3, rook to G3, or rook to H3 ideas. Or white could play pawn to F4 and pawn to F5 and F6. ideas like that. Since white is playing aggressively for a kingside attack, he should be entertaining those ideas. But the fact that the pawn is hanging on e3 is a huge hurdle. So I would play f4 if I could, but it's going to be hard to do it here. Maximenko decided not to play like this. I think I would have played like that as black. I like having like a better pawn structure, and then that whole thing when you kind of challenge the opponent to show what kind of initiative he has, and you are in possession of the long-term advantage because you have the better pawn structure. I like that. I like that dynamic. But not taking on e5 certainly is a legitimate decision. A bit more conservative, maybe. It looks like white is really playing this one for a draw, and trying to trade the queens now, and also put pressure on the c6 square. It's very unlikely that black can afford not to trade the queens, by the way. Black is probably going to have to trade the queens, and what Andrew Jing is doing here is like, hey, listen, you are the grandmaster. So I'm going to play very solid chess. You've got nearly 200 points on me. So I really don't mind a draw with the white pieces. If you'd like to beat me, okay, you're going to have to play a very, very long endgame to do that. And that's a very valid strategy. Absolutely. Board number 9. Candidate master Luke Hoffman, a very strong candidate master, by the way, rated 2219. That's very strong for a CM. He's playing the white side of the Sicilian defense against Canadian international master Michael Song. And Michael has played e5, which is the Kalashnikov variation, known to be like the cousin of the Sveshnikov variation. And a6, knight a3, rook to c8. This is all very standard. White dominates the d5 square. That doesn't mean white is better, because black tends to dominate d4. Black tends to have very good play on the dark squares. For example, trading the dark squared bishops with bishop f8, bishop e7, bishop to g5. The knight on a3 is not very well placed. It takes a little while to get this knight back into the game. There can be some play on the c file, putting some pressure against the c4 pawn. So black is not worse because the d5 square is weak. But that being said, the d5 square is weak. Very, very weak. And it's always a factor. Board number 10. We had a chance to speak to Women's International Master Tarini Goyal yesterday, and she was really nice. She had the most unlikely of the first round results at the top 20 boards, because she was able to beat very handily, by the way, very impressively, International Master Gus Huston. Now she's playing black against Grandmaster Maxim Novik of Lithuania. You guys will see me typing a lot. It's just because I'm doing lots of analysis and recording everything on each of these games in a different monitor. Because when it's time to interview the players later on, it's nice to have this information. So I have ammo to speak to them about their games and about their handiwork. This is a very conservative way to play against the Caro-Kann. And White is inviting the opponent to go for an endgame really quickly. D takes c4, D takes c4, queen takes d1, check, queen takes d1, king takes d1. This is very, very equal. But Tarini has decided not to go to the endgame. So the question might be, of course, isn't White's king exposed? And no, not really. White typically goes here for ideas connected with knight bd2, c3, king to c2. White's king is quickly removed from the d file. And with the absence of queens, no, White's king is actually pretty safe. It's not really about the king's safety. It's really about, do you want to keep the queens on the board or not? Do you want to play an endgame or do you want to play a middle game? And Tarini decided not to trade the queens. Knight e7, kingside castling for both. Rook to e1, queen to c7. So when White plays a4, White's making it very clear that he wants the c4 square to be available for the knight. And so Tarini has decided, it's pretty interesting, to play b5 here. And she played this move very quickly too. She does not want this knight to get activated on this square. And she does not mind the capture on b5. Actually, for what this move would be a huge strategic error by White, because after c takes b5, Black very quickly will double up major pieces on the c file, attacking the pawn on c2, which is now backward. The pawn cannot advance because of en passant. The knight cannot go to c4 because of the b5 pawn. So playing a takes b5 is a catastrophe for White. And there's no way a player of Maxim Novik's level would play it. So he played the bishop to b2 instead. Board number 11. International master Mikola Bortnik is playing Sasha Schaefer. Let's take a look at the opening. e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. And another offbeat opening. We're having a lot of these today. Let's see how this went. Knight f6, pawn to d3, d5. Captures with the knight. Seems to be very pleasant for Black here. Bishop h5. So White has the b file to try and put a little bit of pressure against this pawn. That's going to be pretty unlikely. Queen to d2 has been played. This is very pleasant for Black. Very, very pleasant. White has gotten nothing out of this opening. Black has a very good position. The pawn on e5 takes a nice amount of space at the center of the board. It's mostly up to Bortnik now to decide if he's going to play with f6 and keep a solid structure, or if he's going to play with f5 and try to develop an attack on the king side instead. It's up to Black to decide how crazy this game will or will not get. Board number 12, Grandmaster Mark Paragua of the Philippines. We've called many of his games before. Very interesting guy to be studying. Knight c3, pawn to c6. We have the exchange variation of the Queen's Gambit. Black develops the knight to e7 because Ben Gershenov is interested in developing the bishop on f5, gaining a tempo. So Paragua induces a slight weakening of the king side. The former prodigy Mark Paragua. Yeah. And he was rated like, I remember his rating was way, way higher when he was young, right? When he was like in his early 20s. Pawn to e4. Interesting. Very interesting opening here by Mark Paragua. So the reason he's playing e4 and giving himself an isolated pawn is because this diagonal has become quite strong for white because he induced the weakening of the king side with f6. Certainly, Master Dojo. He was certain. Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, I have not checked exactly what his rating was, but I do recall above 2600 as well. And Black decided to take on e4. This is not a very positional move. I don't know this opening too well, but this doesn't look too good. Bishop c4. Wow, and the queen goes back to c7. So queen b6 was like a bluff. Hey, I'll take your pawn. And then Paragua was like, okay, if you do it, I'll castle kingside. Everybody is nice and developed. The knight defends the bishop on d2. Now I've got the e file for this rook. I got the b file for the other rook. Not to mention this entire light squared diagonal right here. Okay, you went and checked. Nice. So at the age of 22, in the year of 2006, he was rated 2621. Of course, there's a rating deflation aspect to it as well. And he was once a top 100 in the world. Really cool. Nice for Mark. And this right here has been the worst opening for Black this round so far. We can very, very much establish that this has been an absolute catastrophe of an opening for Black. Gershenov got hugely out-prepared. And Black is crushed very early on, completely crushed. He protects the check on f7. Now there's queen g4, knight d5, kingside castling, and king f7. Trying to hold on for dear life. Ideas like knight h4, knight f5 are available. There probably isn't like a killing blow for white, but it's very, very unlikely that Black will be able to like at least not lose a pawn or something. Just a pawn. I say. Megan Paragua is his niece, not his daughter. How strong is she right now? Let's take a look. Yeah, she's a women's FIDE master. Rated in the high 2200s FIDE. Yeah. Very strong. Very strong. Like 12, 13 years old and almost 2300 FIDE. That's extremely strong. Extremely strong. Mark better watch out. She might be defeating him pretty soon. Board number 13. International Master Casa Corley of Denmark is playing Logan Brain. We have a Russell Limo, variation of the Sicilian defense. F6, E5, Knight G6. And then H4. Queen to C7, E takes F6, and H5. Knight to F4, Bishop takes F4, Queen takes F4. Wow. That's a great opening for black. Nice. It'd be awesome to be able to call one of her games one day if I can. The opening is... White's opening has been very weird here in this game. Just a fantastic position for Ben Gershenov. G3, Rook G6. Queenside castling, Rook to B8. King to B1. Rook takes H6. Excellent result of the opening for Logan Brain. We'll see what Casa Corley will be able to come up with here. Doesn't look like he has a very good position. He played the opening very ambitiously, but it looks like maybe a little too ambitiously, right? And it certainly backfired because Logan has a better position. Board number 14, we have another Sicilian Najdorf. A6 and F4. Knight BD7 and A4. Queen C7 and Bishop D3. Knight C5 and H3. E6 and G4. H6. Okay. So this is Miles Lee versus FIDE candidate master Miles Lee versus FIDE master Lin Zhu. And hard to evaluate this position. White is playing aggressively on both flanks. Tired of bad positions, play the main lines. Yep, the quality chess slogan. Yeah. I agree with that too. It remains to be seen here how aggressively Miles Lee wants to play this. It's always a bit odd in the Sicilian when White mixes a4 on the queen side with an early f4 g4. It's almost like, hey, you want to take over the entire board? You want to be aggressive everywhere? Wouldn't you like to pick a niche and focus on that? Let's go to board 15, where the veteran Israeli GM Leonid Yudazin is playing black against FIDE master Eugene Yanait. And we have the Catalan opening. And Yudazin is playing the Tartakower development system, which is not very good against the Catalan. In my opinion, at least. I mean, I play the Catalan with the white pieces a lot myself. And it's quite a delight to play against this system. C takes d5 and knight e5. Bishop b7 and queen to a4. Queen to e8. c2 and knight a6. Knight c3 and c5. Black did not take very good at... White did not take advantage of black's inaccuracy here. The best way to play this line as white is like, don't take here right now. Don't take on d5. Play knight e5 first, then develop the knight quickly to c3, and wait until black plays knight b d7 to play the queen to a4. Now, knight takes d7 becomes a threat. And then winning a pawn on d5. This is a very pleasant position for white. But the game itself, seems to feature position that's like black plays rook c8, maybe prepares a d4 advance, maybe some knight e6 attacking the dark squared bishop. This looks very pleasant for Yudazin now. Board 16. Knight c3, knight f6, e3. I am Yuri Lapshin. Is playing white on this one. He's rated 2281 today. His opponent, Chase Knowles, 1995. d4, d5, c4, c6. We have a Slav with a6 and knight to f3. We're still on move 5. Maybe Uri arrived late. Because if I was thinking the same thing, a Gambit enjoyer. Yeah, if Yuri Lapshin showed up late and he's basically down 1 hour on the clock, he's gonna play rapid chess in this game, right? Yeah, for any level of players. Master Dojo commenting that he doesn't like a6 versus the early e3. So, according to my own studies, if white plays e3 on this version with the knight still on b1, then white has better chances of obtaining an advantage against a6, and that's because when black plays b5, we don't have a knight on c3 that can be a potential target to the b pawn. So, for example, against a6, knight bd2 becomes a very good move because we know that this knight will always be out of reach. Black's b pawn will not be able to touch it. And bishop f5 and queen to b3. So he replied very quickly. This pawn is under attack. Black needs to decide if he's going to play b5 or maybe rook to a7. I have even seen bishop c8 being played in a position like this. Board number 17. International master Tamas Petani of Slovakia, rated 2260, is playing white against the Armenian player Levon Tadevosian. Bishop a4, knight f6, queen to e2. Queen to e2 is nowadays considered to be very, very offbeat. It's known as the Worrell attack against the Ruy Lopez, and it was championed by Grandmaster Nigel Short when he was in the earlier stages of his career in the 1980s and 90s. Nigel Short played this line as white a whole lot. But there's a clear drawback to it. The queen not being on d1 makes it more difficult for white to play c3 followed by d4. Sometimes guys who specialize in this line like to play the h rook to d1 quickly to make that d4 advance happen. And very good comment here by Master Dojo about how it's a very common misunderstanding by young players. I have seen many adult players making this mistake as well, working with students and stuff. The miscomprehension that because the light squared bishop can be developed in the Slav, that it's okay to do it like just like as a general idea and there will be no punishment. But when in reality, it's very important for black to only develop the bishop when he already knows what his reply against queen b3 would be. And white is playing extremely aggressively on board number 17. International master Petani of Slovakia Uh, Wants to take advantage of the hook created by the h6 pawn to really go for an attack. Black opts to open the g file, to close the g file. Board number 18, candidate master Pedro Espinosa playing against Kieran Nasta. And we have a Grunfeld defense, Russian variation. Bishop e6, check, bishop d7. Queen to a3, bishop c6. I want to take a quick look at boards 18, 19, and 20 so we can get to Andrew Tang's game, because he seemed to have arrived late and we have not yet seen the first few moves on board number 1. Rook d1, pawn to e6, bishop to d2. Rook e8, rook ac1, bishop f8, and queen b3. b5 and queen c2, bishop b7. This is what we have. Black now wants to play rook c8 and c5 probably in this game. It looks like he's doing fine. Number 19, Jessica Hyatt playing against Thomas Kung. D4, D5, C4, C6. And we have the classical variation of the Slav. E4, E6, E3, and C5. I like this line for black. Very solid. Knight bd7, castles kingside. a5. So black does not want to allow this pawn to go to a6 because the c6 square will become very weak. Nasta understands that. I'm sorry, that's Thomas Kung. Thomas Kung understands that, and he wants to prevent that advance. A6, and the bishop has retreated to e2. White might be a little bit better here, as long as this pawn does not become a weakness. But if bishop b4, there's always queen a4, keeping the pawn defended twice. I see Macedonia, like young players, right? People who are new to chess, who are young in chess. Yes, Gambit. Andrew Tang is playing. He's playing on board number 1. Gus Huston ended up losing his first round game, and quite surprisingly, it was a very convincing win too for the lower rated opponent, Karini from India. She played incredibly well. I have never seen Gus Huston lose as black in the Catalan like that. In this game, Gus is playing black against Kimani Stoncil of the United States. We have a Najdorf as well. Plenty of Najdorfs to go around in this round. In this round, Knight bd7, Knight c5. This development system with Knight bd7, Knight c5 was a favorite of Garry Kasparov's, like in the 1990s. But then there was a game, Amsterdam 1996, where he suffered such a tough defeat playing this line at the hands of Vasilin Topalov that he decided to change his system against the Sozin attack altogether. And then instead of Knight bd7, Knight c5, he just started playing a quick b5, bishop b7, deciding only later what the development of the b8 knight would be. Kingside castling. Queen to c7. Queen to c7. Yeah. Rook a1. b5. a3. Okay, the opening was tremendous for Gus. He's got the bishop pair here. And okay, this type of attack with g4 doesn't make a lot of sense when white has castled on the king side. Now Gus is aiming for the c4 square. If his knight gets there, his opponent can get in trouble very quickly. Queen to c1, knight takes b2. That's a very common tactic in the Sicilian, as the knight is hanging here. Kimani defends the knight with the bishop. Knight goes back to c4. And black has a huge advantage. Post 1993 short Kasparov. Nice. When say recommended this, you mean the knight bd7, knight c5 system against the Sozin dojo? Okay, let's circle back to board number 1. See what's up with Andrew Tang's game. Yes, he arrived 13 minutes late. G3, we have an open Catalan, and Andrew Tang is playing ambitiously. He's going for one of those lines that tries to keep the pawn. And Mark Plotkin is not attempting to get the pawn back. He is really going to play this down a pawn and try to prove the compensation. Bishop to b2, bishop to e7. The d4 pawn was hanging here, right? Andrew Tang could have won a second pawn on paper. But if queen takes d4, bishop to b2, attacking the queen, protecting the knight via x-ray, this looks very dangerous for black. Like something like this. And black's lack of development gives white very clear compensation for the pawn. Blame the subway. Bishop e7, knight d2. Kingside castling and rook ac1. Queen b6, knight e4. and knight fd7. So Andrew Tang knows the risks, right? So my name is Nakupaku. Is now following us. Thank you for the follow. Really cool name too. There's no doubt that Plotkin has compensation for the pawn. He's got pressure against the c6 pawn, vertically and diagonally. Better development. There's the c4 square for the knight. There is a potential blockade of the c5 square with a bunch of his pieces too. These positions are very playable for both, you know. It's really a matter of style. Would you like to be up a pawn and defend? Are you the type of personality that doesn't mind suffering for a while if, you know, there's a real chance that at the end of the suffering, what awaits is an endgame up a pawn? And what about the other side of this fight where, yeah, I'm going to be down a pawn, but I know for sure that the initiative will be mine at least for a while. And I like that because I want to play with the initiative. Gambit Enjoyer, you hate to defend down a pawn, or you hate to give up a pawn and have to prove the initiative? Which side do you hate? Being white. Ah, okay. Yeah, because all it really takes is one bad move by white and black will completely consolidate, right? Let's take a second look at every game now. Board number 2, Kevin George, we had stopped at bishop f5. Queen to d7, protecting the b7 pawn. I have been looking at, traditionally now during these broadcasts, what we do is we really try to analyze 5 to 10 games more deeply. But since we are doing interviews with the players and 20 games are being broadcast, the idea is to, we're making an attempt to talk about 20 games, all 20 games within the same stream. So the idea is to look at them less deeply, you know, and just like focus on, let's say, the bullet points. Knight to a6, threatening knight b4. Pawn to a3 stops it. And then knight to c7. White's not winning a pawn with bishop takes c4. Because if he takes twice here with the queen, then there's bishop takes c4. If he takes twice and goes with the rook, I don't have bishop f5 now because of the knight. But this looks so ugly. This looks pretty ugly. Like the lack of development for white, this is too dangerous. This is too dangerous. For example, bishop takes c4 has just become a threat because of all the rook e1 check related ideas. This cannot be good. So very sound pawn sacrifice by Kevin George. And white correctly chose not to win the pawn. So c5, bishop e7, knight f3. Knight is coming to e5, gaining a tempo. So black plays with bishop f6. Knight c3 and bishop to g4. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Gambit Enjoyer. And it's interesting, with these broadcasts because like 9 rounds, right? When it's round number 1 and 2, I'm kind of like in chess teacher mode, and I'm like, no, I'm gonna explain everything to everybody, everything that I know anyway, everything that I understand about the position. I'm gonna explain everything, and then as the tournament progresses, and it's like round number 7, 8, 9, we start talking about all sorts of things, and instead of like just focusing on the chess, hey, what are you watching on Netflix right now? What's good? Are you binging anything? And then it's kind of cool. Thank you, Kelvin. Kelvin, guys, whenever you see a message by Kelvin, he's so amazing. He doesn't play chess, and he's extremely good at a bunch of things, and he's in charge of helping with the all the technical details and of the broadcast. And he holds my hand and explains some things to me like I'm a 6-year old, and I really appreciate it because I'm not normally very good with technology, and you know, it's awesome to have you by my side, Kelvin. Uh, and and Aaron, I thought Aaron was working, but he's like, yeah, I'm working, but okay, okay, that's my coach, uh, Jackson. Jackson is with us as well. And by the way, the Netflix thing, uh, I'm open to suggestions. I, I I I ran out of good ideas. And you know what I'm watching? You know that old TV sitcom from the 90s and 2000s, My Wife and Kids, with one of the Wayans brothers, and like 5 seasons. I'm watching that just because it's fun. It's lighthearted and everything, but like, is there anything fascinating? I miss like a fascinating TV series. Like, I watched a long time ago Prison Break and Breaking Bad. Lost was amazing. Game of Thrones too. But now that I've been done with all of those for years, I'd like to watch something that grips me. Oh, I watched Suits as well. Okay, Seinfeld. I'm a huge Seinfeld fan. Never watched Criminal Minds. Seinfeld. I love Seinfeld. Really, really love Seinfeld. Hey, Aaron, if anybody were to ask you, hey, what's your favorite Seinfeld episode? Would you have one in mind that you go, boom, just like that? How I Met Your Mother. I started watching it. Was really fun. I don't know why I stopped. Better Call Saul. That's a spin-off of Breaking Bad, right? And I love the Saul character in Breaking Bad, but I've never watched Better Call Saul. I think I have like I don't know. I've got a thing with spin-offs that they're not going to be good, and I think that's why I never watched it. But all of my buddies who watched Breaking Bad, they're like, you gotta watch Better Call Saul. It's really really good. I just love Kramer and George. Bishop g4, bishop takes e4 and 95. 95, bishop takes c5, d takes c5. There's this very I heard very good things about Blacklist as well. Also never watched that one. Um, there's this episode of Seinfeld where George, who's a hypochondriac, went to the doctor, and you know he, there's a little lump somewhere, and he's thinking it's cancer, right? And so he's talking to the doctor, but the doctor, uh, did not really give him a lot of information. The doctor was busy, had to see other patients, and everything was very inconclusive in that medical appointment. And so he's very worried, and he's talking to Jerry, and and then he tells Jerry, Jerry, all about cancer. And then Jerry's fed up with George, and you're such a hypochondriac. Did the doctor tell you it was cancer? And then George is like, no. So how do you think it's cancer? And he's like, well, he didn't tell me it's cancer, but he also didn't give me a get out of here. How can you be a doctor and not say get out of here? It should be part of your training right there, medical school. Cancer, get out of here. So the doctor did not give him one of those, and so he's extremely worried. And the entire episode is just about that. And that the actor that does George, right, Jason Alexander, he is so incredibly funny. You just look at him and crack up. Mind Hunters, The Origin of Criminal Minds. The history of the FBI profiling unit in a great drama. Really cool. My brother went to law school because of Suits. That's nice. Oh, that's really cool. Suits was amazing. And we got to see the princess before she became a princess, right? What's her name again? Prince Harry's wife. She's in Suits. Meghan Markle, of course. Yeah. Board number 3. We had stopped on move 9. I mentioned that out of the opening, Brian Lynn had a very good position against Wojtek Plot. Very pleasant spatial advantage there. Bishop b3, knight a5, knight to c3. Knight takes b3, a takes b3, bishop d7. Wow, White's knights are pretty amazing here. Black's bishop pair does not count for much. White is better. Okay, now Brian is attempting to invade a few dark squares. E6. Rook e1 looks like a good move too, just protecting e5. Meghan Markle is stunning. She really is. Yeah, the Man Bra episode. There's also the episode where Kramer is there's a guy that sells fruit at the fruit stand, and he bans Kramer, and then Kramer is really desperate. He loves eating fruit, and he's like, "What am I going to do for fruit?" That episode's really cool as well. There's the soup. There's of course, the always classic Soup Nazi episode. That's amazing as well. Rook to e1, pawn to b6, queen to c3, and pawn to c5. And now knight to f5. That's not a sacrifice of the knight, of course, because the bishop is under attack here. Now, Plot needs to decide if he's going to take the pawn. And if he does, he's probably going to be in trouble because Brian is going to take the bishop, then double the rooks on the e file and take the pawn on e7. And we should have one of those opposite colored bishop positions with an attack for white. Looks to be a great game by Brian so far. Putting the heat on the Grandmaster, that's for sure. Yes, this is being played live at the Marshall Chess Club, Mets fan. Yes, sir. There's a 15-minute delay for the game coverage. Gabor Nagy versus Nathaniel Moore. We had stopped at move 10. I mentioned that Moore had obtained a very good position as black out of the opening because Grandmaster Nagy does not have good bishops here. And black's spatial advantage is very comfortable. But you know how grandmasters are. Sometimes they'll play a speculative line in the opening. It backfires a bit. They get out of the opening with a not so good position, and then they start showing later on why they're called grandmasters. Pawn to h5 and pawn to c4. Okay, so he feels the need to fight back, improve his dark squared bishop. Rook takes d8, rook takes d8. Queen to c3. Knight c6, knight takes c4. Pawn to h4 and queen to e3. Well, Nagy's problem early on was his bishops. It's not his bishops anymore. Everything is fine. Seems like the tables have turned a little bit. Nathaniel Moore does not have a kingside attack, really, with that pawn there. And black has an advantage on the dark squares. White has an advantage on the dark squares. This seems good for white. Matt's fan is following us now. Thank you. We appreciate it. The broadcast, Push and Baby, like we are following exactly the Lichess move by move broadcast there. Putnam had a very good position as black in the opening in the Sicilian Alapin. Threatens a fork. Pawn goes to e5. Whoa! Rook takes. Wow. What a fantastic move, Queen c6. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, because after queen takes f4, bishop takes e5, and rook e1, this seems to be over. Wow. So is this over? How's this going to work? Let's say queen f4, rook e1 check, knight f1. Then like rook d8 and rook here. Pushing baby, I'm going to try a little something here. If you'd like to, I don't know if it's. So there's the link to the broadcast. I think that makes it easy. Let Olive is following us. You are so welcome, Let Olive. Thank you for the follow. Um, okay, so what we okay after Queen C6. This was played. Yep. Bishop takes C5, and then, but then Queen C4 check had to be played. Queen takes C4, Knight takes C4, Bishop F6. Fantastic tactics by Liam Putnam, and Black is winning. What a game. Liam Putnam refuses to stop improving his game. He's a man on a mission. If we get a chance to interview him, I'll be sure to ask him about his ambitions to become a grandmaster, but I think it goes without saying that he's very serious about it. Board 6, Grandmasters Rode and Rahul. We had stopped after C5. Now G5, Knight E4, Bishop G2. Castling for both and Knight C6. Queen C2 and D5. D takes C5 and Queen A5. He decided to take en passant here. That's not completely necessary. Another idea could be to undouble the pawns and then block the F pawn and try to work against the isolated pawn. But whatever the case may be, it looks like White has an advantage on this game. Pretty good pair of bishops. Very active pieces. Like these double pawns, isolated pawns, they mean very little here. White's army is excellently positioned. And Rahul has obtained a very clear advantage. Michael Rode is in for a bad day, probably. We'll see. Michael Anthony Buwais is following us. Thank you, sir. Let's take another look at the Oliver Barbosa game on board number 7. It felt like the opening went really well for his opponent, Max Matola, who's playing F4 and F5. Knight E5, F takes G6, F takes G6. Knight D5, Queen B7. Black's position looks slightly suspicious, right? Like, it's hard to believe that Black should not pay any price for these weaknesses on the king side here. At the same time, though, there's like no very apparent way for White to take advantage of it. I believe in these positions, White should do something about the knight on e5. That's a very strong knight. So whatever White does I think it should entail a plan of removing the knight from e5. It's going to be hard for white to produce a real attack if Oliver Barboza is allowed to keep the knight on e5. Board 8, we had stopped on move 14. Andrew Jing appeared to be playing for a draw as white against Andrei Maximenko. And it looks like that's exactly what he got. And after rook ac8, rook ac1, Maximenko captured on e5 and apparently offered a draw while playing the move, which was accepted. So it was a draw on board number 8 between FIDE Master Andrew Jing and Grandmaster Andrei Maximenko. And that's not the only game that ended. On board number 3, Brian Lin and Grandmaster Wojtek Plot, their game has ended in a draw. Let's see what happened here. After e6, rook e8, rook e1 and b6, and c5. Knight f5, and this is where we had stopped. Black played queen to c6, which looks pretty good. Defends the bishop, keeps e6 under attack, and attacks g2 as well. Knight takes g7. Black appears to have offered a draw after king takes g7, which was accepted by his opponent. The pawn on g2 is under attack. White was probably going to play f3. This does look looks very equal. Very, very equal. So 2 games have ended so far in draws. Board number 9, we had stopped on move 9. As the Canadian I Am Michael Song was playing the Kalashnikov Sicilian against candidate master Luke Hoffman of the United States. G6, bishop G7, queen to D2. Knight to D4. Nice. Looks like a very strong move. Black is sacrificing the pawn here under the grounds that by accepting this pawn, white would allow this bishop to become very strong and very active. Looks like he did take the pawn. Queen takes d4 and then knight d5. Wow. It's very risky to take this pawn. Very risky. And unnecessary too, right? Because, for example, here, black does not have any real threats. c4 is defended twice and attacked twice. White might want to play f3 to solidify the e4 pawn and take any g4 ideas away from the opponent's knight or bishop. There's no way white should be worse here. And he might want to later plan a way to trade the knight with knight c2. It's extremely risky to play bishop takes d4. This looks very difficult for white now. Oh yes, that's what happens. The knight's under attack. White has a problem on c3, on c4, on a2. Black is much better. It was, look, Hoffman made a pretty serious mistake with bishop takes d4, and now he has a much worse position against Michael Song. Board 10. Tarini Goyal is playing a pretty cool game again against Grandmaster Novik. Novik cannot fianchetto his bishop, and then the bishop is just staring at a granite wall, right? So he plays c3 because of that. You know, a type of move that's interesting in a position like this, it looks very weird at first, but that move is to play the pawn to b4. That very consciously gives up control of the c4 square and allows the knight to go here. But then White never plays c3, and White struggles to activate the dark squared bishop. White's going to have to play the bishop to c1, maybe some rook f1 plan connected with trying to make the f4 push happen later on. In the meanwhile, though, Black can get a knight to c5, a bishop to e6, and Black can enjoy a balanced position. After c3, d takes c3, b takes c3, and a5. White seems to have very good prospects now on the c file, on this diagonal. I don't know if Tarini should have allowed c3. Maxim Novik's position looks a bit pleasant now. Board number 11, we have Mikola Bortnik as black against Sasha Schaefer. We'd stopped at move 11 with the evaluation that Black was very comfortable out of the opening, and that Bortnik would need to decide if he was going to play with f5 or not. And he did decide to play f5. He's going for a kingside attack. Knight h2, rook a e8, c4. King h7, c5. Really? So that's bishop takes c6, queen takes c6, rook takes c5. Okay, so White got the pawn back, but White has paid quite the price. This bishop pair is excellent. Black is better, no doubt. c5 was not a very good idea here. This was not a very good idea, because he's committing to give up the light squared bishop that's supposed to defend his castle position. This diagonal is very dangerous. All the light squared weaknesses around White's king. I would be very concerned if I were White. And Bortnik is now probably like just very focused in finding the win, or at least like a potentially winning plan for Black. Maybe Black does not have concrete lines that should lead to a win yet. Prad K3 VV following us as well. Thank you so much. Um, Board 12, Mark Bragua had a big advantage out of the opening against Ben Gershinov. And then after King F7, check. Forgot about the plain hall feed there for a little bit. Let's take a quick look at it one more time. We can see Andrew Tang. In Mark Pragua's game, he decided to like cash out for the pawn advantage that he had, that he could get. He does give up the light squared bishop to get that pawn advantage, which means he will likely not have any sort of attack against the black's king anymore. But he's interested in just playing a better endgame. We have queen takes b6 and d5. Bishop f4 was very strong. He wants that 7th rank invasion. Oh, that Olive. Thank you so much. That's too much. Thank you. I just blushed. I'm blushing. Thank you so much. Knight to d6 and rook to b4. Not only is black down a pawn, he also has a worse position. This pawn is pretty weak. And this square is pretty weak as well. Bushwick Chess, time to blush. Hello, Venus. How are you? Time to blush. So, the streaming to each of these rounds, right? We have, we start like at 12:15, and then we go for 2 hours until 1:15 until now. Then we have a 15-minute break. And it's kind of interesting because when we have the break, it's kind of like that's when we return from the break, that's when we usually start having the interviews with the players, right? Because then during the second half of the broadcast to each round, that's when the games are coming to an end. And so we get a chance to speak to some of these geniuses about the inspirations to their craftsmanship. Hoping our top player at the club, FIDE Master Juan Pereira, has a better game today. He's not playing at one of the top 20 boards, right? Wow, and black retreated the knight. to c8. That's a very passive square for the knight. Mark Baragua has a fantastic endgame to play now. He lost. He lost against Sasha. Okay. Uh, in the meanwhile, I'll leave you guys with the live feed and Andrew Tang's game against Mark Plotkin in board number 1. And we will return in 15 minutes for the second half of the broadcast of round number 2. I'll see you guys in just a little bit. We are back, guys. I want to catch up on the latest developments of the Andrew Tang game. We had stopped on move 14 when he played knight fd7. White decided to develop the rook to d1. This looks pretty strong because after knight takes e5, d takes z5, then the knight cannot be developed to d7 because the rook would not let it. Also, black needs to be really careful about ideas connected with knight f6 check, g takes f6, e takes f6, followed by some idea like that with queen c4 and queen g4 check. Queen g4 could end in a checkmate very quickly. So taking on e5 might be a mistake here. Andrew plays rook a7. And then we have knight d3. Knight to a6 and knight to c5. Knight takes c5 and bishop to a8. Wow, Andrew Tang defended himself beautifully. c6 is still defended. d7 is defended. Queen to c4. Rook to d8. Pretty cool. Something went wrong with Plotkin's strategy here. His position doesn't look so hot anymore. It's like Tang was able to untangle. And he seems to be doing just fine as black now. Yeah. It might be the case that his extra pawn will start to tell very, very soon. I want to take a look at Casa Corley. On board number 13. We had stopped at the 18th move. He had a worse position as white against Logan Brain. Rook h1, bishop f8. g4 and h6. Black is doing just fine here. b3, rook b4, and knight to h4. Black wants to trade the queens, and it's really hard to imagine that white can say no to that because the dark squares around the king are very weak. So, for example, queen f1, black could play queen to c3, bishop to g7, and pawn to f5. And there can be a deadly attack here against the dark squares on the queen side. So taking on e5 seems necessary. F takes e5, and black has a mass of 5 pawns in the center of the board, with 2 sets of double pawns at that. That's like, welcome to the world of the Rossolimo. Bishop g7, knight hf3, rook to b7. So if white attacks the e5 pawn, black certainly replies with rook f7. counterattacking against f2. So g5 was played. H takes g5, knight takes g5. King to e7, king to c2. Bishop d7, rook to e1. Bishop to e8. Oh, this might have been a bit careless because there's a rook and a knight putting pressure against e6. And the f4 advance is coming. And f4 was played indeed by Corley. And knight f3. Another good move by Corley here. It's like he saw a lifeline and he said, okay, this is where I strike. This is where I must try to find my counterplay. There's pressure against e5, e6, and the e-file all at the same time now. I wonder if black can play d takes c4, b takes c4, e4, followed by rook b2 check. And try to grab the a2 pawn. Like d takes c4, b takes c4, e4, knight takes c4, rook b2 check, king here, rook takes a2. Yeah, still the knights are looking fine though. Bishop e8 was a mistake for sure. That was a mistake, and that's right when things were looking so much better for black. For example, I mean, this rook is very, very passive, but by playing rook to b8, the rook could potentially go to h8 or f8 later. Black has to be better, and by a pretty wide margin here. Board 14. We'd stopped here when candidate master Miles Lee was really going for it in his game against FIDE master Lin Shizu. Knight to b8 and pawn to b4. That's the most uncommon pawn advance in the Sicilian. But the thing is, this knight is out of squares. If b4, knight takes d3 is forced and good. But when white plays the bishop to e2, b4 becomes a piece-winning threat. And black should not be entertaining a5 because that stops b4 but gives up control of a square that's pretty important on b5. So this is an advance that should not be playing. So black plays the knight to b8. Wow. So the knight, I don't think I have ever seen this in the Sicilian Najdorf, this maneuver. Yay, I'm going to play knight c6. What, with the b8 knight? No, with the one from g8, you know. That's the new thing right here. And then b4, knight cd7, knight d1. Bishop b7 and c4. King h2, b5. it's like Miles, from a very early point in the game, decided to position his pawns aggressively on the fourth rank as like possibly the prelude to an attack later, but that attack has not materialized. And many moves later, not a single one of White's pawns has reached the fifth rank. So that indicates a lack of commitment to his attack. And so Miles Lee played the opening way more aggressively than he's playing the middle game. The thing is, though, since he weakened his position on several fronts, he's kind of committed to attack because those weaknesses are not going anywhere. It's like not deciding is deciding, you know? All of a sudden, Lin Shizu's position looks way better. And okay, guys, it looks like we're gonna be able to have our first interview of the day as the excellent Ukrainian player Mykola Bortnyk, who had a fantastic performance in December in our last broadcast when he beat Andrew Tang in the tie breaks. Bortnyk played. Let's take a quick look at his game here one more time. He was playing black, and last we saw the position was on move 18 after rook takes e5, f4, g4. He had a very good position as black. Bishop g6, queen to c3, rook takes e5, queen takes e5, rook f7, and h4. Mykola sacrificed the f4 pawn to play bishop d6. And then queen takes c2. Yeah, this looks like a very bad position. Like a very, very bad position for black. And we're going to have a word with Mykola about his win with the black pieces. Let's first confirm. Hey, Mykola, can you hear me? Let's see if we can speak to him here. Hey there, Mykola, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Nice to talk to you again. After a few months, congratulations on. Can you confirm to us that this was a win for black? Because we don't have the confirmation on the broadcast yet, but it looks like your position was overwhelmingly better.
Yes, it is. The game ended soon. After, I think, rook c1, queen e2, like h5, h5, bishop takes d3.
Okay, so he had rook c1, queen to e2.
No.
I'm sorry.
No. h5 at first. h5 at first.
h5 was played, and then
no, bishop takes d3.
Bishop takes d3. Mm-hmm.
Rook c1.
Rook to c1. And now
queen e2.
And now queen e2. Okay.
Queen e2, rook c3, and queen d1 check. The game ended after queen d1.
Okay, of course. Yep.
Because there's discovered attack on the queen, like king g2, bishop f1, for example.
Nice. Okay, so queen d1. This was the end of the game. Let me save this analysis here. So white resigned, and then of course the reason he resigned there is that when he plays the king to g2, he's gonna play bishop f1 check and win his queen on d4. The opening went really well for you, Mykola. And I was wondering when I was looking at the game, because all of a sudden, when I circled back to your game after looking at some of the other games, it looked like your position went from very pleasant in the opening to like much better. Like, what was the moment when that changed? You feel that you got an advantage so big?
It's a good question. I'm not sure. Maybe after c5. When he played c5.
Yes.
It became much easier since I trade some pawns and I got like 2 bishops in the open position. Yeah. I'm sure where he made a mistake. Maybe knight Can you move back? Maybe queen
Yes.
d2 is the first in accuracy.
Queen to d2 here already.
Yeah,
Okay.
queen d2.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he could play me something like queen e1. Queen
Okay.
e1, I am preparing knight d2, knight c4, or knight e4.
Of course, he took the d2 square away from his own knight there.
Yeah, maybe it's a better plan because he can open this diagonal for the bishop and control important squares like knight d2, rook b1, knight c4.
Mm-hmm. Knight d2, knight c4.
Because I thought after queen d2, his plan was like knight g5. That's why I played h6.
Okay. And then he decided to fianchetto here, and you played
h6 to start knight g5.
yeah h6 to stop knight g5 to begin with. And then he fianchettoed the bishop. He never wanted to play rook b1 to activate the rook, attack the b7 pawn.
I could go rook b8.
Yeah, probably.
Or
Yeah.
queen c8. Or queen c8. I don't know which one is better.
Mm-hmm.
Rook d8 seems good.
Yes. And then after f5, you played the rook to e1, queen to d7 here. I'd like to take a moment when he played that c5 move. I remember I was talking to the audience about that moment. And what occurred to me was that, like, even if he doesn't make a mistake here, it seems that Black is already taking over and starting to have the initiative, right? Did you feel like that during the game, that you should already be taking the initiative here?
Yes, but I don't need to force any line. Like I can play slowly and develop my pieces.
Yeah, that's true. But then after c5, you took, and then in order to get the pawn back, he had to get rid of his very important light squared bishop. So he took on e5, and you pushed the pawn to f4.
Yeah, here's an interesting moment. I think f4 works, but maybe not. Looks like. I didn't see how white can stop this plan.
With f4 here. And then he played g4. It's hard to imagine him doing anything else. F takes g3 looks way too deadly. He pushes the pawn here, and you play the bishop to g6. Now,
yeah, g4, bishop g6.
And queen to c3. So he's hoping to be able to attack g7, of course, with a little bit of a battery. So you trade the rooks, protect yourself against the checkmating threat. There's always rook e7 as well. When you got to this position, did you feel you were already, like, instead of attacking the king side, that the future for Black to win this game should be the queen side instead?
No, maybe. I don't know. At one moment, I thought he has rook e1, but there's rook e7.
Yeah.
For example, rook e1, rook e7, queen e7, bishop e7, rook e7. And I simply can go king to g8. Let him take and let him take on g7. I think this endgame has to be winning for Black.
Oh, yes. Beautiful.
So he can take the pawn because king f8, right? My queen saves the bishop, but I'm attacking the pawn on c2. The main problem is on h2, right?
Yeah.
That's why.
And then yes.
So I didn't see any plan for white. That's why I can. Yeah.
So let me just see if I can find, because it's so clear that once he played h4 and you played rook e7, that you're going to win this game here. But when he plays queen to d4 and you play queen takes c2, this might already be hopeless. But did you have anything prepared against queen d2, protecting c2?
I thought I could take on h2 and play queen f3, maybe.
Like that.
Because if he goes rook to g1, I have rook e2.
Rook e1, there's rook e2.
No, rook g1, rook e2, right?
Yes. So he should probably defend e2 like this.
Rook e1, maybe rook f7. Or in worst case, I can take on g4, h4, and on e7 and play this endgame.
Oh, true. Yeah, you can do this. Rook takes e7, queen h4 check. The king moves.
Yeah, many options.
Many options, yeah.
I could choose one of them.
And I'd just like to see if I can think of anything that could be an improvement for him.
No, maybe it's earlier.
Yeah, because once he dropped that c2 pawn, his position was so hopeless. Maybe queen c3 here
Queen
as
c3.
as a prophylactic move against rook e7 and
I thought queen d5 here.
okay.
Because queen c3, maybe the idea is to play d4 and trade queens. So
Yeah,
let's try queen d5.
yeah, that stops that. The knight can never go here, and if he plays d4 anyway, looks a bit anti-positional, but just so he can play knight f3 next. I don't know if this bishop should go to b6. I'm sorry, to b6 or d6. What do you think here?
I would choose d6 and knight f3, maybe knight e4. So bishop d6, knight f3, knight bishop e4.
Bishop e4.
And then f3, something like that.
Yeah, yes.
Because if he plays knight d2, do you have bishop g2? Maybe not, right?
Bishop g2.
Probably not, because there's queen d3 and c4. So
there's queen d3 and c4. That's true.
Yeah.
But is it possible that f3 is working now, and you can just?
But he can trade queens after knight d4, queen d3.
Ah, true. Yeah, yes.
Then game has to be better, but I don't know.
Like if you trade the queens and try to invade the 7th rank here, looks.
Well, like rook e7, rook e2, yeah.
Yeah, okay. This looks tremendous. This looks tremendous. So it looks like he was, no matter what he did, he was always going to be in a lot of trouble here.
No, I guess the mistake was earlier.
Yeah.
Queen d2 maybe.
Yeah.
It's a positional mistake.
And then he played h5, bishop takes d3. Yeah, it's hard to imagine anything else at this point. If rook to c1 instead of h5, do you think you take on d3 and trade the queens, or you play something else?
I would play queen e2.
Ah, of course, yeah. Yeah. You keep the queens on the board. The attack is still there.
I can take this pawn at any moment.
And there's bishop e5 next.
Yeah, bishop e5 is the threat. Bishop takes d3. Some point bishop h2.
Too much. So against h5, bishop takes d3. Here, queen e2.
So what I wonder, what is the engine says in the middle game, like before queen d2? What's the relation?
Before queen d2, let's say. So after bishop h5, let's see here. Very, very equal. Minus 0.01 with suggesting that white's best chance to fight for equality is to play rook b1, rook b8, g4, bishop g6, knight g5 to occupy the e4 square.
Yeah, so the same idea to put the knight on e4, but including g4, okay.
Including g4. And then it's suggesting that black's reaction should be bishop e7 first, followed by f5. But, I mean, it's hard for a human player to feel comfortable as white here, playing with the open g file like that. But it's saying that black's advantage is very small. Like, it's minus 0.10 right now.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's the suggestion. And it does agree with you that even before c5, your position is better. So the evaluation here is minus 0.71 before c5. And after he plays c5, it's already minus 1.26.
What is a better move instead of c5?
So it's suggesting that he plays with bishop c3, queen to c1, and queen to b2.
Oh, it's impossible to find, I guess.
It has to be like incredibly calm here, and kind of like not force the issue and keep his defenses solid and improve very, very slightly, and kind of like play very high level waiting chess. That's very difficult indeed. Yeah. But it looks like your evaluations during the game were spot on, Mykola. It's after c5 is played, the position should be technically lost for white, and it looks like you carried out the win with great accuracy here. This was pretty cool.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for the interview, Mykola. Go get some rest and good luck in the third round.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's Mykola Bortnik. It's hard for me to look at Mykola and not remember what he did in our last broadcast in December, because I was just so impressed by his performance when he beat Andrew Tang in a blitz playoff, where I spoke to Andrew Tang after, and he said like he was a bit flabbergasted with Mykola Bortnik's blitz skills, and that's saying something when it comes from Andrew Tang, right? Who's an amazing blitz player in his own right. Okay, now we're gonna talk to Grandmaster David Brodsky. Let's take a quick look at how his game ended. He was playing against Kevin George, and we had stopped on move 19 here. With after D takes C5, he was trying to beat the Petrov defense of Kevin George. He ended up sacrificing the queen, but having two rooks. Bunch of trades. The knight goes to D6. Yeah, this looks very strong. Knight F5 wins the exchange. That's extremely strong. That's extremely strong. Wow. Okay, we're going to have a word. Grandmaster Brodsky, can you hear me? Looks
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
Very, very nice to talk to you. Thank you for taking a little bit of time to speak with us here.
Welcome.
How did you feel the opening go in that game, David? Did you feel that you had an advantage after the opening? The Petrov is so solid.
Yeah. I mean, I prepared a tricky line a little bit, and I guess it worked. Again.
Up until which point in this game this was preparation?
Up until Queen C2, I think.
Okay. Boom, boom. Queen to B3, Queen to D7, Knight H4 here, and Queen to C2. And so he plays.
Knight A6 was still theory. I'm one move off.
Nice. Okay. So we are on move 13 here, and then he plays Knight C7. I was talking to the audience a little bit about the danger of accepting this pawn on E4 while the game was being played. Like, even if you don't lose the C4 pawn immediately, you're so behind in development that a position like this should not even be considered very seriously, right? For white.
No.
And so you had C5, bishop to E7, knight to F3, bishop to F6, and knight to C3. So I have the engines on here, David, and it's suggesting that by the time you play knight C3, you already have some advantage here. It's this position is plus 0.60 right now.
Okay.
Which is
sounds about right.
Yeah. Considering that you're playing against the Petrov defense, that's quite an accomplishment. So he played bishop to G4, bishop takes C4, and knight E5. And then bishop takes E5 seems to be. It's not completely forced, right? If he plays the queen to if he plays queen to E6, did you have something in mind here?
I didn't take this too seriously. I assumed I could just take the pawn somehow.
On E4 with the knight or the queen?
Both look playable.
Yeah, that's true. Or even knight takes G4, queen takes G4, rook takes E4. Looks playable as well. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. This looks just fine.
And
then here after D takes C5, rook F E8. This is a pretty critical moment in the game, David. When you played queen takes C4, did you already have in mind that he could play that he could play rook takes c5 and rook e8?
I saw it, but I wasn't scared. I thought it's just very good for me.
Nice. And so, would you say that when you were playing queen takes c4, you were almost like a trap, like pretending that you didn't see rook, and kind of rooting for him to go for that?
I mean, yeah, I was rooting for him to play it, but I didn't think he would do it. I thought he'd play something else, try to get compensation.
And yeah, because he's down a pawn, but I mean it's up. He always has the argument of the opposite colored bishops, and maybe try to go for a draw with some type of light squared blockade. That was another possibility for him. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly is best. Like some bishop f5, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop f5. I guess I go to h4.
Queen goes to h4.
Now something.
It's certainly going to be a long game of suffering for black.
For him,
right?
yeah. Maybe he goes knight d5. Maybe that's his attempt at damage control. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Like I really don't know what he plays.
Knight d5 looks okay. Maybe some bishop d2, rook a d1, something like that.
Yeah, I'm a pawn up, but
and then we're gonna have a long game where black is definitely going to be struggling, but with some realistic chances, right? To try to fight for the draw. But then after rook e8, so you took the rook and played the bishop to g5.
Yeah.
The threat to invade the seventh rank is enormous here. So he decides to play f6, and I see now that the engines are not really enjoying this move. The evaluation was plus 0.64, and now it goes to plus 1.27. Did you feel this move was too weakening for him too?
I wasn't sure what else he can do.
Mm-hmm. I was thinking about the same thing, because if he plays knight f6 instead,
I'd take knight e4.
Yeah, you take a knight e4. Yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm. So let's just the engine is very you know how cold-blooded engines are. It's just suggesting that h6 was not as weakening, because later on he can play the king to h7 and the bishop to e6, and then you do not invade the e file as easily. That's probably the engine's argument here for h6 being slightly better than f6.
But I go to rook e7.
And then if rook e7, so the queen goes to d8 here.
Really, d?
Because
I thought rook e.
Because we don't have rook d1.
Okay, and I guess rook e1,
and
knight
c7.
Wow, and there's nothing? I mean, nothing. And I think that's just.
Wow.
I mean, not saying there's nothing, but feels like there's a win here.
It's really crazy to look at this and think that white does not have anything. But the point is that after bishop f4, knight e6, we don't have time to take on b7 because of knight takes f4.
Right, but I still go bishop d6.
You still go bishop d6. And this is just the engine world, because the second best move for black, which is bishop f5, is plus 1.81. The best move for black is completely equal, which is b6. So it's precisely because of b6 that black is going to have a playable position.
Oh, it's already equal. Wow. Oh.
And then it's considered equal with rook takes a7, knight takes c5, bishop takes, pawn takes, and it's 0.00. This position.
Oh, wow.
But the engine suggests that if you don't play rook e7, you keep the advantage. You play here. You just do all of this instead. h3, knight to e4. Yeah, and then you start utilizing the rooks, and then you should be fine.
Okay. So bishop g5 probably isn't best.
Bishop g5. No, the best move is being suggested is h3 followed by bishop f4 directly.
Okay, yeah, I can see that.
And rook a d1, yeah.
I thought bishop e. Yeah, and the knight f6. Oh wait, oh. Yeah, the bishop on f5. I thought he goes bishop e6. h3, bishop
Of
e6.
course, yes, definitely. Bishop to e6, and then bishop f4 and knight f6, rook a d1 and knight d5.
Yeah, I thought he's something like this.
And then bishop g3, h6, and the advantage is at plus 0.9.
Okay. Yeah.
Apparently, the engine likes knight e2, knight d4, b4, keep the knights on the board, and try to put the pressure on in that way.
Okay, yeah.
But
Makes sense.
But bishop g5 puts so much pressure against a human opponent.
Yeah.
So there was f6, bishop f4, knight c7.
Yeah, now I think it's just, yeah. It's probably lost by f by now, right?
Yeah, this is very, very strong. And then he plays h5. We have knight d6, h4, rook e8 check, king h7, h3, bishop h5, rook to e4.
Yeah.
And according to the engines, he's already completely lost. There's he could play the bishop to g6, answer rook takes h4 check with king to g8. But this is already like 3.2 for
okay,
white.
just rook g4. Yeah.
Followed by rook e3 and rook a e1, and he is going to get completely crushed here. Other than that, so you played h3, bishop h5. So he tried to hold on to the pawn as any human player would like to do. And then after b4, now with this move, of course, he allows that nice combination with rook e7, and now the end game is technically winning. Let's just take a look before we let you get some rest and prepare for the third round. What if he doesn't run into this, David? Let's say bishop g6.
Okay. Then rook e6.
Rook e6. Yeah. I'm gonna propose queen to d8 here.
Okay, I can already take on d7 if I want to, but I can probably.
Absolutely.
I mean, rook e1 is also completely dominating. Probably go rook e1.
I'm gonna take the king out of the 7th rank, just so rook e7 doesn't come with a check.
Okay, now maybe I just take on b7.
Take on b7 right now, yeah. And then queen to d2. Yeah.
Okay, I'll just go knight a5. I'll start taking all the pawns.
Beautiful. Yep.
Yeah.
That's all very, very, very correct. But then once it comes to this endgame where you're up in exchange, there was nothing anymore he could possibly have done, right?
Yeah, no chance.
This is no chance. Let's just insert the final few moves. So we had f4, g takes, rook e4, king to g6, takes on f4, king to g5, rook
king g6, yeah. Now rook e4.
And then here, is this correct, the notation here?
Yeah.
Okay. a6, a4, king f4, rook b6, bishop b4, king f2, e5, take on a6, here a5, rook to c3, and rook to b6. Very, very strong technical win, David. So you must be feeling pretty good, like starting the tournament with 2 wins, and you probably have black in the next game, Go get some rest, prepare, get some chow. We'll be watching you very closely, my friend. Thank you for the interview.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. So that's Grandmaster David Brodsky. Wow, that's a very technical game. I'm pretty impressed. Pretty impressed at that. So we have reached that moment in the round where, one game after the other comes to an end. For example, Another game that has already ended was Lee Miles. Miles Lee. He did end up losing the game against Lin Shizu. We had stopped at rook g1, knight e7, knight f2. It was very clear that black was better here. B takes c4, g5. He recaptured with the rook. Took him a little too long to make his decisions regarding the attack on the king side. Queen to e7. The rooks gets doubled up. Knight h7. Rook retreats. Queen to f6. And pawn to f5. So it says that the game was over here as a victory for black. I'm going to imagine Thiago 4545 is a dear student of mine. Abraço para você, meu querido amigo. He's watching the broadcast. He sent me a message. He took a picture of the stream, say, "Hey, I'm watching you." And he's a very, very strong player, like 2100 FIDE rated. After f5, it's always weird when anybody makes a move and resigns without waiting for the opponent's response. So I'm going to assume that the game was not over on this position. But black is probably taking the knight here on d4. Because then after f takes g6, f takes g6, there is a discovered attack against the queen. And white is so busted here. But we will see if this was really the end of the game. But it sounds pretty unlikely that Miles played f5 and then resigned here. That's very, very hard to believe. Let's see if any other games have already ended. Looks like so far, no. Let's take a look at some of the lower boards. Board 15, Yudazin versus plain black against Eugenia Nait. Yudazin had a few problems out of the opening, but he seemed to have solved them all at this point. Bishop takes f4, g takes f4, queen to e6, d2, d8, d4, queen to g4. So Eugene was finally able to round up that pawn, and he is much better now. He's up a pawn. Bishop b6, rook b5, queen to c7. Plays the pawn to f5. h6 at rook to e3. Okay. He's up a pawn. He's threatening the bishop. Yudazin fighting for a draw in a worse position down a pawn. But it does look like his drawing chances are realistic. Yuri Lapshin arrived an hour late, so let's take a look at his handiwork here. Rook a7, pawn to a4. One can imagine that he played a bunch of moves very, very quickly. G5. F takes it, knight h5. Okay. So I want to take a look at this g5 move, which was played by Chase Knowles here. He might have thought when he played g5 that the opponent should not capture the pawn because of rook takes h2. But if rook takes h2, we can trade and safely take on f6 because there's no such thing as an attack or a perpetual check here. The king runs to d1 and c2, and white is winning. So rook takes h2 is a big mistake. Knight should go to h5, queenside castling. Bishop takes g5, g3, and rook f1. h4. Knight f8 and g4. b6 and g5. Queen e3 check, knight e6, bishop g4. Black is pretty lost. Even without the sacrifice of the knight, this is too much of an attack. The knight's been attacked twice and g6 is coming. Not to mention rook takes f7 ideas. That is... And he's down to 6 minutes. But he plays g6 here. That's so sharp. Check. King to b1. Queen to d6. If he takes on d4 instead, rook takes f7, will pick up the pawn, attack the queen, skewer the queen and the rook, keep two attackers against d6, and that would be over as well. I agree, Gambit Enjoyer. He shows up an hour late and plays a game like this one. G takes f7, check. We will see if he will be able to win the game, but it's very unlikely to think that he won't. It's not even that much of a clock advantage anymore for Chase. Basically 6 minutes versus 16 minutes. And Eugene Yanait has defeated Leonid Yudazin. What happened? Oh, we had a blunder by the veteran GM here. Because white cannot take the bishop now because of queen takes c5. But when Eugene plays rook e3, the bishop is really hanging now. And Yudazin, who appears to have had 29 minutes on the clock, he thought for 2 minutes and played rook d8, possibly with some rook d4 ideas. But that was a blunder. And the bishop got captured and he resigned. Yeah, I was wondering about bishop e6, attacking the knight and trying to take it, attacking the pawn and taking advantage of this spin. Very, very unfortunate for Yudazin, because his position was very, very far from lost, you know, and he knows that. He knows that he was in a position where, you know, he could still very realistically be fighting for a draw. So these types of losses really sting. Let's take a look at board 17. We had stopped after bishop b6. White seemed to have a very strong attack. This knight is headed to the f5 square. Maybe this pawn is advancing to g6 as well. So black plays g6 himself. Black gives up the bishop, pushes d4. d6, rook g3, and knight h2. Something went wrong for International Master Pateni here. His attack was looking very impressive. And now there's no attack anymore. Black has completely solidified the position. Venus, I'm sorry. I was interviewing the players and I missed your question. Was that a Brazilian beach? I'm trying to recall what that reference was. I don't know if you're there and if you can remind me. Knight f8, knight g4, knight e6. In between scenes, I had a picture of a beach. No, I think that's just a screensaver, right? Oh yeah, it's just a screensaver, but a screensaver, but it's kind of a random one. No, I don't think that's Brazil. That doesn't look like Brazil. Knight e6, queenside castling. Knight f4, king to b1. King g7, rook f3. Quite a seesaw game. It doesn't look like this knight should have gone to f4. I mean, if it goes to f4 and picks up material, that's one thing. But then after rook f3, white is now threatening knight takes c5, queen takes c5, queen takes f4. So the knight has to move back, which means the knight should never have gone to f4 in the first place. A5, a4 looks pretty interesting for black. Just try to open up some lines. Rook f6, b4, knight h6. Rook d7, and I think Pateni wants to play knight f5. Check, g takes f5, e takes f5, and exploit this spin. And if that's the case, black looks to be in trouble. Board number 18, we'd stopped on move 16. We had the Russian variation of the Grunfeld. And black was ready to play c5. And looks like black's opening was quite a success. And black equalized comfortably. e4, knight g5, knight c5. So this pawn on e4 is very strong. And if black plays h6 and this knight has to retreat to h3, black could have the advantage, especially if he can land a knight on d3. That's a great game by Kieran Nasta here. You know, playing black against someone rated 200 rating points above you and really crushing it. Nice touch, nice deflection at the end, exploiting the back rank. Queen e1, rook c2, g3, queen to d2. This is pretty over. Rook a2 takes the pawn. One of these pawns will promote here. g5 is a nice touch. Wow, the knight cannot go to any of these. The knight can only be ostracized now. Candidate Master Pedro Espinosa in a completely... There's no coming back from this one. Black is going to win this game. We're looking at Jessica Hyatt's game as well against Thomas Kung. We looked at the first 12 moves. Looks like the position was pretty balanced out of the opening. Whoops. Knight b3, bishop to a7. Okay, and we will be able to speak to the winner, the man we were just talking about. Kieran Nasta did win his game against Pedro Espinosa here. After g5, black played knight h5. The game has not officially ended on the broadcast, but it has definitely ended, and we will be able to have a word with the winner of this game. With the black pieces. Hey, Kieran, can you hear me?
Yeah, hi, I can hear you.
Very, very, very nice to talk. Is this how I should pronounce your name?
Yeah, that's how my name is pronounced.
Okay, nice. Okay, so we were looking at the final moments of the game. In the official broadcast, we still don't have the exact diagram where the game ended. We stopped at knight h5. What happened from here?
So I played king e7. White played knight g7. I played rook d3. Then knight f5 check. King e6.
King e6.
Knight takes h6. Rook takes a3. And then he played h4. I took on h4, g takes h4, a5. And then he takes a5, b4, and where it resigned.
Okay, nice. Let me and white resign. So how do you feel about this game? Of course, it's awesome to win with the black pieces against a higher rated opponent, but overall, the quality of the game, were you satisfied with it?
Yeah, I was pretty satisfied. I got a lot of preparation on the board, so I had a pretty big time advantage early on. And then after knight g5, I think I played pretty decently. There were some interesting moments, but yeah.
Okay, so you mentioned this moment when white played knight g5.
Yeah, that was when I was out of my preparation.
Oh, okay. So would you say up until this moment when you play b5 and bishop b7, this was still in your prep?
Yeah, I mean, I had to remember the exact move orders, but this was in my prep.
Nice. Okay. And well, since black is certainly liberating his position with c5, it looks like you have already equalized here at this point. No?
Yeah, I think there's some line that goes bishop e1, queen e7, knight e5. I don't remember the exact line, but it's something like that.
Ah, okay. Something like, okay. Yeah, looks very, very comfortable for black. And so so he goes knight g5 and you play c5. We have bishop f3. Trade.
Yeah.
What do you feel the moment of the game was that the tides started to turn in your favor, and instead of equal, the position started to become better for black? When do you think that happened?
Oh, that's a good question. After bishop f3, I already felt like I definitely can't be worse because I've gotten c5, but I wasn't actually sure what was going on. After even when I got an e4, I still wasn't sure that I was better. But after I went after he went a3, to be honest, I mean maybe the tides were turning before that, but that's when I really started feeling like after a3, I felt pretty confident in my position. But yeah, my original plan was e4, knight g5, queen e7, but I missed. I think you can take on e4 after e5. Like,
Oh, that's true. Okay, so if knight takes e4,
I think I just might lose the
yeah,
pawn.
that's true. Yep.
Because even if I take on c1, there's bishop takes c1.
And Kieran, I have the engines on in this position here when you decided to play e5 and e4, and you will be very pleased to know that the engine completely agrees with what you're doing, and it looks like this was the moment when black started to take the advantage.
Oh wow, okay, interesting. Yeah, I mean, I guess knight g5. Once I saw queen e7 didn't work, I got a little worried, but once I saw knight c5, I think I felt pretty decent.
According to the engines, it would have been safer for him to play knight d4 instead. And then after you still play knight c5, your advantage is down to minus 0.35.
Okay.
But when knight g5 was played and you still played knight c5, it's now minus 1.03.
Oh wow. I mean, I still thought it was interesting because knight c5, what he did was so bishop e1, queen e7, like everything that happened in the game, like sort of made sense to me. Knight d5 looked a little strange, but I thought he has some interesting tactics because after knight d5, knight takes, rook takes, I wanted to go h6, but I thought he goes knight takes e4. And wait, sorry.
Here?
Wait, let me try to remember the details.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, not this position. After my knight was already on d3. Knight d3, rook d1. Now h6. I thought knight takes e4. Because if knight takes e1, I think there's knight d6.
Nice. Absolutely. Beautiful. Beautifully calculated. So you play.
Thanks.
So you play rook c6.
Yeah, and then he went a3,
He
which
went a3.
which was interesting because I went h6 and I still think he can take on e4. Because knight takes e1. Now there's knight c3. And I think my knight's trapped, but I thought at the very least I go knight g2, king g2, and I should be a little bit better. But I was calculating this.
Knight g2, king g2. So the engines are evaluating this at with rook c4 with the possibility of attacking the g file. This is minus 0.86, but there's a move that never crossed my mind here that the engines are suggesting that puts your advantage at almost 2 points.
Oh wow!
And that move is bishop g7. Rook takes. You want
I
takes
thought
with the
about
bishop and queen takes a3.
Oh, queen. Oh yeah. Okay. I didn't. I looked at this. I didn't. I wasn't so sure. But yeah, this looks pretty good.
Yeah. So he ended up playing the knight to h3. You double the rooks.
Yeah. Once knight h3 came, I mean, I was pretty confident that I was winning. And queen b7 I think was a nice touch because there's just a lot of threats, and his rook on t5 hangs in some lines.
Oh yeah, this was indeed a very nice start because against bishop takes f8. Are you playing rook c1 immediately?
I wasn't sure. I think rook c1 is strong, but at the very least I can also take on f8. But yeah, rook c1. I looked at rook c1, queen c1, knight c1, rook d8, queen c7, bishop e7 check, king g7. Or actually, sorry, after queen c7, I thought maybe rook a8, and I wasn't too sure how to evaluate this. I mean, I might just have some mate. I might have mate, but at the very least, I can take on f8.
Because the mating threats are not there for him right now. So, for example, if you play check and queen to c4, and
Yeah.
you have the threat of knight g3. White against this move we play the king to g7, and he doesn't have that pattern available to him. Yeah. So yeah, this is winning for you. The engine evaluation is minus 3.03.
Okay.
But it was only, according to the engines, it was only after he made the decision to play this move right here that he's now completely lost at minus 4.60. And
Okay.
looks like the only way for him to keep fighting was knight f4. Did you consider this move?
Knight f4. No, I thought rook c1 won on the spot, but maybe I'm not right about that.
So rook c1, rook takes c1 check, queen takes, knight takes c1, rook to d8. Now there's
Oh,
no
I didn't
knight. Okay, this,
see this.
but he's still uh, struggling horribly in this position. He's just no. It changes very little. He's still lost. He's still lost.
Okay.
So bishop takes f8, king takes, queen takes d3, rook to c1. Was everything just smooth from this point onwards? I don't think he ever had a chance from this point onwards, did he?
Yeah, I mean, it was just a matter of finding the best way to trade queens and take his queenside pawns, which I think I accomplished.
Nice. Our viewers are in the chat saying go black because we're having a great day for the black pieces with your game as well.
Oh wow.
And yeah, we've had a few important wins. Mikola Bortnik won with the black pieces, and Lin Shizu as well. With Queen D7, Rook C2. Yeah, there's very little to talk about here. He could have resigned way earlier. Yeah, but after b4, this is pretty over. Kieran, it's absurd to me that you're rated 2031 FIDE.
Thank you.
Playing a
Thanks.
game like that. Do you can you let us know about like in your chess journey? Are you studying lots of chess right now? Are you motivated to improve and maybe get a FIDE title?
Yeah, I'm studying. I'm studying a lot. I'm trying to. I'm not sure like if I'm gonna get a title, but I'm just trying to work really hard, especially on openings.
Fantastic, and you know your preparation was spot on. But I mean, your performance in this game went way beyond preparation because it was you prepared everything up to equality, and then you actually outplayed a higher rated opponent. So congratulations on that feat. Go get some rest and good luck on the third round in a little bit.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kieran. This was awesome. It's quite the treat to be talking to these guys, and I really like to especially talk to the younger ones and get a sense of how ambitious they are for the game, and there's something about being young, right? When you're a child, when you're a teenager, even when you're early 20s, that you're just like brimming with life, and you know you fall in love with the game, and you just want to play tournament after tournament. And I remember, you know, I was a lot like that too when I was young. I remember when I was 18 years old and I had no money and I was broke, and I qualified to play in the finals of the Brazilian Championship, and I was going to play against IMs and GMs, and I was rated like in the 2100s back then. And you know, I remember I was able to afford a bus ride that was like cheap, but it would take me like a day and a half in dirt roads to get to this like very small town in the middle of nowhere in rural Brazil, to get to a large town where the tournament was going to be played, and like a day and a half in the bus. And I'm like, this is gonna be worth it because when I get there, I'm gonna get to play 9 games. You know, I'm gonna play 9 games, 9 classical games, and if I play really well, I will play titled players and all of that. And we live for that, you know, when we're young, and it's just like so refreshing to talk to the youngsters and even remind me of like myself a little bit and how crazy I was for the game and how much I ached to improve and all of that. Okay, so any more games might have ended here. Let's see. Jessica ended up losing her game. Let's see what happened. We saw the game up until move 13. Okay, so bishop to a7, queen to c2. Let's see what happened with Jessica's game. Mm-hmm. Queen to c7, e4. Bishop d2, bishop d7. Another black win. What a day for the black pieces. What a day for the black pieces. What happened to Jessica in this game? So e4, h6, bishop d2, bishop d7, queen c1, and queen c6. She's not doing poorly at all at this point. e5. Oh. That was the problem. That was a blunder. That was a blunder. That was a real blunder. She did not see knight h4. So there's a mating threat against g2. And f3 is not possible. So bishop f3 is the only move for her. Took her 7 minutes to make this move, but then she was down to 13 minutes on the clock. What should Jessica have done instead? Looks like she's going to lose a pawn, right? She needs... Is she going to lose a pawn here? The pawn on e4 is under attack. Maybe she can defend it with bishop f3. Knight takes f4, queen takes f4. Not losing a pawn at the moment, but there's no way this is a pleasant position. Queen to c4, attacking this knight. Knight to d2, queen to b4. This pawn is a problem. White cannot push e5 because of this. There's no rook a4 ideas because of the bishop. Black is better positionally. e5, knight h4, bishop f3 is necessary. And it's a horrible move to have to play. So if Jessica accepts the gift on f3 and then the gift on f6, then there's bishop c6. And that must have been pretty disheartening for her. She plays the king here. And there's another mate in one threat, but now she can move the f pawn because it's no longer pinned. Knight d5, bishop takes h6. Knight takes c3, and bishop takes g7. King takes g7, and b takes c3. Yeah, she is down too much material. Black will certainly have many ways to win. Thomas was just playing in the safest possible way, which is a good idea. And after bishop b5, white just resigned because Jessica is going to lose even more material now. Wait, what happened here? Yeah, so after bishop b5, Jessica resigned. Many wins for black, as pointed out by Venus Chess. Let's take a look at Gus Huston's game. Let's see if he's fighting back from his first round defeat. He was really crushing it as black got an enormous advantage out of the opening in a Sicilian Najdorf. He was able to win a pawn. And now 2 pawns. And white is going for the attack because there's nothing else to do. Oh, but now knight d5. Whoa, take a look at that, guys. Gus put his queen in a bad square. Now after knight d5, this knight is hanging. There's knight b6 ideas. And the queen is unprotected on d7. Usually when white goes for these attacks, what black wants to do to defend is go for the fianchetto off the dark squared bishop. And after queen h4, play h5. And against the en passant capture, block the pawn with the king on h7. And so that's the recipe for black to enjoy a large advantage. But wow, Gus does not seem to be in top form in this tournament. Queen d7 was quite the mistake. And this was supposed to have been, let's say, one of those easier victories against a lower rated opponent. But now he is, I don't know if he is exactly in trouble. But he's definitely struggling. Rook takes e6 is very strong. Threatens rook takes g6 check, followed by queen takes d7. And Gus allowed it to happen. I don't know if he did that on purpose or not. But now Gus is lost. Wow. I really feel for him. King f8, h4. Rook c5. Bishop c3, rook f5. Wow. And Kimani is playing so accurately too as white. White is really taking advantage of the opportunity that was given, you know? On paper, it seemed like this was going to be another win for the black pieces. But that's not what's happening. Rook takes f6, takes. Check, king to g1. F5. Doesn't look like Gus is going to lose this anymore. He might even be trying to play for a win now. Queen d8. Looks like a draw. Looks like this is going to be a draw. And it looks like the culprit for this was Kimani's decision to play bishop f6 here when Gus played knight h5. If she allows, if white allows the trade to happen here, let's say king to f2, check, and rook takes. Mm-hmm. Kimani, I just looked at his age. He's a Kimani is in his mid 50s. Nowadays, we check on these things as an indication of whether the player's style is going to tend to be more directed towards understanding the position or calculating variations. The older players, like myself, we're over 40, are still playing the game very much based on concepts, and we loved to study the classics and study the end games, and we worked on our technique a lot, but not so much in calculation, in heavy opening prep, and especially learning with the engines and playing as many games as the youngsters can play today. So different generations, different styles, different approaches. And I mean, there's no denying that the way the chess is studied and learned today is simply better. And so when you see a youngster, a 13-year-old player rated 2100, and he plays against someone in his 50s and his 2100 as well, it stands to reason that many times the youngster is on his way to a higher rating and the older player is on his way to a lower rating. Jules 7880 is following us. Thank you so much for that. Gus was lost here. This is very difficult because this pawn is under attack and he can defend it with the king. But now after bishop c7, white will take this pawn with a check. Hey, Bushwick, thank you so much. Oh, it's my pleasure. I love doing this. I could talk about chess all day. Listen, I'm 43 now. I learned the game when I was 15, so I've been studying and teaching and playing tournaments for 28 years. And, to me, I'm just getting started. I want to study and learn so much more. I have some groupies. I don't think so. Just like nice people being nice. And yeah, I do work hard too. There's a little bit of that. Bishop c7. Okay, so this game we'll see how it's going to end later on. Let's take another look at the Tangman, the Penguin GM. Take a quick look at the live feed. Real recognize real. Right on. Rook d3, bishop f8. And we have another long game with a long grind for Andrew Tang. He doesn't mind those. He's a real player. Bishop b7, g5, knight f8. Wow. Mark Plotkin's got game as well, huh? It's like his initiative on the queen side kind of fizzled out, but he didn't stop. And now he's like shifting his attention to the king side and being equally like pit bull aggressive on that side of the board too. He's got game. That's cool. H4 looks so strong. F4. Andrew tries to put the advance of those pawns to a halt, but that creates a new weakness on E6. And now he captures with the pawn, so he's got two good bishops. Well, one good bishop, because after bishop a6, we're going to have a trade. G6, H takes, and H5. Really trying to create an attack, a type of attack that the dark squared bishop can make a difference. F takes c5 and queen e6. Queen h5 and f4. Andrew Tang's knight is defending everything. Andrew Tang's knight is defending everything. And rook h3, threatening a checkmate in 1, will yield nothing because of queen takes g6 check. Andrew's winning now. Andrew's winning now. When was it that the attack vanished? It looked so promising. When was it? There was a huge moment on move 31 when Andrew played f5 where, like, by not taking on Poisson, Plotkin ended up having one very good bishop here, but the light squared one was not good. If he takes on Poisson, he can still have a good light squared bishop. But he probably did not want the opponent to have a good dark squared bishop defensively. H5, H6. This still looks promising. White's position looks pretty good. Lots of chess action. Like, this round is still underway, and the next round starts in less than 2 hours. There was another moment that caught my attention. Because it looked like after Andrew played e5 here, once we get here, the game is already over. The game was already over here. So whatever Mark could have done for his attack, it had to have been done earlier. Let's go take a look at Gabor Nagi's game. That one ended in a draw. It seemed to have been pretty long. We studied the first 24 moves, and it looked like his position was a bit better with the bishop pair. G5, knight h5, bishop takes d4, and bishop takes e4. Oh, rook takes e4, queen takes g5 check. Knight f6, bishop d5 ideas in the making. Black has plenty of compensation here. Nathaniel Moore, I like the cut of his jib. He's not the type of player that is going to play well-behaved chess just because his opponent is rated higher than him. He's like, no, no, no. Maybe you deserve all the respect in the world before and after the game. While the game is being played, you're my foe. You are the enemy to be conquered. And he goes for it. Black going for the draw here. And he's going to get it too. This is very, very drawn, but only white can win. Unless he runs into a fork. But short of that, black cannot even possibly fathom winning ideas here. So white can make moves at will. 61. Knight G7. 96. Just trying to see if there might have been a moment in the game where white could have had a chance to win, but probably the answer is no. King G6, king to F3. This really is a dead draw. Cute little way to finish the game. Kind of saying, yeah, we fight up until the last pawn. I like that. So we had a draw by insufficient material on this game. Liam Putnam was playing a fantastic game against Grant Zhu. He won an exchange by simply calculating better than the opponent, and now it's time to check his technique. White's position is still like somewhat solid here. Interesting setup, and white is dreaming of rook g6 with the idea of rook g7. All that work for a draw. Yeah, that's how this game goes. Sometimes. That makes it so when you put in a similar amount of work, then you get a fantastic win, you savor it even more. King h3, king to f8. Rook e4, bishop e5. Check, king h4. Okay. So Liam decides to go for the rook in game. Check. Grant Zhu is like really fighting for the draw here. Really fighting for it. Liam might not have believed that the opponent would fight for the draw tooth and nail like that. It looked on paper like the conversion to a win would have been a smooth one, but it was not. White missed a pretty good opportunity here in this endgame. Instead of king f4, check and check. And see how black gets out of the checks. How's that going to happen? Because king takes e6 gets skewered and loses. If it goes to the back rank, there are more checks. If the king goes to f8, rook g6. Threatening e7 check. So if rook a6, rook takes h6. Lots of counterplay for white here. Looks like white missed the draw. Rook takes, rook a6. So Liam is going to win a second pawn. He's going to play king g5 now and win a second pawn. And he's probably going to win the game. His a pawn is far too advanced. His rook is very, very active in comparison to the opponent's rook. GM on GM play on board number 6. Let's take another look at this. It looked like Rahul had some pressure against Grandmaster Michael Rode. Rook d1, bishop d7, rook b2. C takes d5, knight takes d5, and bishop d2, knight c4, and rook b7. Rahul wins a pawn. If bishop takes a2, of course, there's rook a1 and rook takes a7. We had rook f5 instead. f3 and h6. e4 check. King f2 and bishop c6. Knight a5, rook c8. Whoa. Oh, what a tactical shot here. What a move by Rahul. This is brilliant. Woo. He's on fire. Wow. So the whole thing is he attacks this rook, and then there's 95 check, and the rook on h5 is hanging as well. Okay, so we had knight takes c6, rook b2, check. King takes h5. Takes, check. So on move 33, when Rahul played knight a5, Michael Rode made then a big mistake at playing rook c8. The tactical shot with rook b8 was amazing. Should have moved the bishop instead. Probably bishop to e8. But white has very good winning chances because black's army is not very well organized to fight against this passed pawn. That's the thing. Let's revisit the Oliver Barboza game. Yet another win with the black pieces. We stopped at move 15. The last comment I had made was that whatever white does here, white in these positions should not be just allowing black's knight to stay on e5 permanently. It's a very good knight. And at some point or the other, and it's better that this happens sooner rather than later, white should be playing knight f3. But it looks like that did not happen. Knight takes d5, bishop f6. Bishop d4, rook to g8. King to d8. Barboza was in a bit of trouble, and he decided to castle by hand on the queen side. Queen f7 is threatening the rook, threatening to win the game instantly. And he plays a good prophylactic defensive move here. Very cool. Oliver Barboza's queen b6 check move was designed specifically at being able to play queen d6 in this diagram here. And then all of black's problems are solved. So it looks like the sacrifice of the exchange on e5 simply does not work. And white probably should have thought of playing c3, followed by re-centralizing the knight with knight e4. the game went in such a way that black now really has the advantage. C4, queen d6, c takes b5, rook to c8. This game got pretty wild. White's losing the exchange, but there are 3 extra pawns on the queen side, including a very well defended pass pawn on the 6th rank. At this point, white is just desperate for a perpetual check, but it's just not there because the rook protects the f8 square. And so Max Motola resigned. This game must have been very disappointing for Max. He will be thinking about this game for quite some time. Because he knew he was outplaying Barboza for a long stretch too. Good for him though. Rated in the mid 2200s. You know, without a FIDE title so far, he did outplay a grandmaster for a large portion of the game. That's not a small feat. And you just got to get back to the drawing board and analyze the game in a way that's very real with yourself, without any, excuses to make oneself feel better. Say, okay, what really happened there? Why didn't I win? What was missing? And if he finds the answers, he'll come out of this way stronger. So when we last looked at Michael Song versus Luke Hoffman, Hoffman was in a lot of trouble, but he got away with a draw. His position after queen a5 was really bad. The knight's under attack, c3 attacked twice, c4 being attacked a bunch of times as well. Queen takes d6, defended the knight. Bishop takes c3, threatens to win a piece with bishop b4. Knight b1, bishop b4, queen d4, queen takes a2. Bishop d3, bishop takes c4. Queen b6, bishop takes d3. Really? Queen f3. Queen to f3. How did white get a draw out of this game? This is the black wins round, and black was winning. White's not allowed to survive in the black wins round when he's lost like that. Those pawns cannot be stopped. Rook d3. Queen c5, queen f4. Rook e8, rook e3. Queen to e7. Pawn to h6. White's doing whatever he has to do to try to stay in the game. That pawn on h6 is an important part of the puzzle. And it looks like Michael Song was just like, well, only 4 minutes on the clock for him, but he was very much focused on trading pieces because of the 2 extra pawns on the queen side. But both players appear to have made a few mistakes according to the Lichess engine that's just flaring up everywhere. Check, g3. Rook takes e7, and a draw was agreed. Very disappointing for Michael Song. He was certainly winning, and he was winning for a long time. I have this on the engines on move 46. And there's an interesting line that wins for black. So a2 was the big culprit at the end when Michael Song was winning. He should have taken on e3, allows this check, plays the king to f6. And then after f takes c3, he can play the queen to f8. We get to the same position if it's f takes c3 first, queen f8, check, and king f6. Then the white queen cannot check the black king, and wherever it moves, black will play queen takes h6 check, eliminating white's last hope for counterplay. Yeah, so this would have been winning. This would have been winning. Let's take a look at Andrew Tang's game one more time. Last we saw the game, Plotkin had played pawn to e7. The Penguin GM continues with rook e8, check. King to e4, knight to f5, rook to f1, rook takes d4, check, king takes f5. Very good technique by Andrew. This is over. This is over. Andrew Tang, I think we can say Andrew Tang is going to have 2 out of 2 by defeating international master Mark Plotkin in round number 2 with the black pieces in a pretty wild game. And he did. White resigned after king f7. So every game has finished except Rahul versus Michael Rode, at least here. Although it looked very clearly that Rahul is going to win. Get tanked. You know, the name Andrew Tang allows for so many cool ways to derive nicknames and different things. People calling him the Tang Man, and there's the Penguin GM and Get Tanged. It's the first time I hear that one. Get Tanged. After King E5 by Rahul, I mean, we've seen this move several minutes ago. And Black has, okay, the game has ended. Black resigned after King E5, and it's a pretty cool moment to resign. There is nothing to do there anymore. All right. So that's a wrap for round number 2. Andrew Tang has 2 points, and David Brodsky has 2 points as well. So this is going to be cool. This is going to be a fun watch. Liam Putnam. Let's just finish the Liam Putnam game as well, because he did win that endgame against Grant Zhu. So king to g5, rook g2 check, king takes h5, check g5. Rook g2 check, king f5. Here h5. e3 h4. f3 h3. King g3, king e4. f4, king e5. a2. Rook a1. And then he plays king to d4. Stinky Tang. And then White resigned the game after king d4 because the question mark, the lead chess engine is saying, hey, you could have played rook a3 check and there was no need to give up this pawn. But come on, for human players, like, yeah, go ahead and take the pawn, and I can checkmate with just a bare rook, right? So that's a wrap, guys, for round number 2. Let's get just a little bit of rest, take a shower, grab a chow, because round number 3 begins in 1 hour and 20 minutes, and we have 4.5 more hours of broadcasting, streaming the tournament in front of us. And Andrew Tang and David Brodsky are both at 100%. and their clash is pretty inevitable. Oh, you betcha, Aaron. You betcha. Next round.